Feel free. I'm charging up at the moment.
Right, brilliant.
Okay. Hi everybody and welcome to the mid-morning sessions of the Open Space Conference 2026. Welcome to our newcomers, and if you're just joining us online, thank you for persevering. Are we live streaming?
Live.
We are live streaming. Well done for getting that sorted out by hook or by crook. So hello to you if you're watching this live wherever you are in the world, or if you are watching the replay for posterity, because you said this is going to be an artifact, isn't it, once it's on YouTube. And also you can get this stream on YouTube now and share it amongst your peers and on LinkedIn and your social media, and do that right now. That would really help, wouldn't it? Excellent. Okay, yeah, he's going to post a link. So welcome. This is Akash, and he's going to be talking about the history of computers in space. And it's 1,000,000 astronaut points to anybody who can tell us, how was the first computer in space programmed?
Put the cable in and out of the magnets.
What was that?
Put the cable in and out of the magnets to make the north and ones.
To put the cable in the magnets.
Yeah, but what was the cable made of?
Mm-hmm.
I guess, I don't know.
It was made of rope.
Rope. So they sent rope into space on a computer.
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. Bit of a ropey old technology.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on, that's a great question. So over to you, Akash. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Woo!
probably won't.
Sorry?
You can't literal rope.
Yeah, can't be, maybe not literal rope, but
Some sort of metal. But anyway.
yeah. So hi everyone. So I'm gonna give a brief talk about the history of computers in space. This is like more of a personal interest of mine, because I was interested in knowing more about. I mean, we have all heard of the story, right? That our iPhones or our computers have much more computing power than the computers that actually went into space. So this is just like a small presentation to break down what those computers look like over a period of time. So yeah, this is me. I'm Akash. I build software, and yeah, I mean, I'm more of a technical consultant by day, but I am interested in space, and I wanted to be an astronaut. So this is just my talk to sort of explain what it is all about. So firstly, this is going, as I said, this is going to be a breakdown of like all of the computers. So we're going to start with the Apollo guidance system. And the Apollo guidance system, the way it was programmed was that firstly it was actually written in actual computers, and then yeah, I mean, and then when it was supposed to be deployed, like when you wanted to actually deploy it onto the spacecraft, it was hand woven by women in a factory, and this was called rope memory, or it was also called LOL memory, which stands for Little Old Ladies Memory, which is quite a fun fact. And some of the limitations of this were that each program was about 72 kilobytes, but yeah, I don't have I think it was 72 kilobytes was up to 3 miles of that rope. So physically, that was not from the computer. So physically, it was quite a large distance, and yeah, to weave this by hand, it would take them 8 weeks. So imagine like the kind of deployment times we have nowadays. We can deploy any change instantly, but back then, if you wanted to fix a bug, then it would take you 8 weeks. So the amount of correctness that they had to aim for was quite high. So this was again on the Apollo guidance system in 1969. And then, well, I mean, to be honest, like it's more of a show and tell. Like as I was researching this, I just wanted to show you what old computers look like. So this is what the Apollo guidance computer looked like. It's quite cool, and I'm sure this is from a museum piece somewhere.
Where's the rope?
I think this is the rope itself, like which has been woven between the coils. So I mean, I'm sure it was like maybe copper and not actual rope. Yeah. And yeah, so next is this is still about the machine. So it was fit into kind of like a suitcase. It was, I mean, of course, like covered properly to not like fly around everywhere while in space. And it was, I don't think it's written down here, but it was like 2 feet by 1 feet was the size of the box that it was put into, but it was 32 kilos. So it was actually quite heavy, as like metal tends to be, I suppose. And it took, I mean, it used about 70 watts of energy, electricity, which would be as much as a bright light bulb. Again, a few images of what the computer looked like. So this was the whole lunar module in itself, containing all of the wires and all of that. Yeah, so how the astronauts would control it would be via control panel like this. I mean, right now we can like type instructions into keyboards, but back then like keyboards and all of these things weren't standardized. And so the way to feed in instruction to the Apollo guidance computer would be via like actual like real-time programming almost in a way. And I think it was a verb and then a noun. So you would have something like set this value to that value, stuff like that. Now in 1977, I think so the computers that went up on the Voyager 1. So that computer was not exactly a computer in the traditional sense as we know right now. Still, it was just a bunch of integrated circuits connected together. So if you're into like embedded programming or any of those things, integrated circuits are basically like sensors that do specific tasks, and those were just circuits connected together to perform the task of like sending signals or receiving data from sensors, stuff like that. So fun fact, the computer on Voyager 1 is actually the oldest one that has been running till now. It has never been rebooted, and it has been active since 1977. So that's quite an interesting fact, and this is what it looks like. Yeah, if you can see it, it's basically like a bunch of interconnected circuits, and this is like one of the modules that is on the Voyager. Of course, there were like 3 modules total, but then multiple copies of it. Yeah, next. So so what about the Space Shuttle? For the Space Shuttle 1 that went up in 1981, it was running an IBM AP101 system, which is actually kind of similar to mainframe systems that run in banks and that power the world's financial network. And those systems are also pretty much from the 1980s as well. Like a fun fact, I guess, like most of the banking infrastructure runs on tech that was built in the 80s. But in the case of the Space Shuttle, what was unique here was that it introduced almost like a voting-based system for performing instructions. Based on the sensor data, all of that sensor data was fed to the same set of computers. Like there were 4 copies, 4 different computers, and their output was then compared by another system to apply to like the flight controls or any of the other actuator systems within the Space Shuttle. But if any of them failed, then I mean that's why there were 4 computers running in parallel. So if any of them had a failure or needed to restart, then the rest of the 3 could then take over and be responsible for like feeding in the instructions. And there was also a 5th computer which was programmed by a different team, and this was in the case that all of the first 4 fail or they are providing instructions which are wrong. Then the team, like the astronauts, could switch over to the 5th computer so that they could have something to quickly switch over to. And yeah, I mean, all of these were identical machines. If you look at the kind of hardware they're running, it's still nothing. It's like the core working memory that these computers had was less than half an MB, which is like still much less than a photograph that you take with your phone, right? So that's how much memory they were running on, but they were still able to fly a spacecraft. And I've just got a few images of them as well. So this is what one of the machines used to look like. I mean, that went on the Space Shuttle, and then whenever one of those machines failed, so this is an image, I think this is quite a popular image. This is one of the later computers that went on the future Space Shuttle programs, but then yeah, they had to like restart those computers manually, pretty much, via running a few commands. It's all online as well. I think it's pretty cool how they used to run it. Yeah, and so one of the problems that sending computers to space has is that on the Earth, like we are protected by radiation because of the ozone layer, like all of the whole atmosphere. But in space, of course, you have like cosmic radiation going around, which causes harm to humans, firstly, but secondly, it also kind of causes harm to computers as well. The way this works is that basically how modern computers work, we store memory in bits, and those bits are transistors that hold certain charge. And that charge, like the smaller your computers get, the lower the amount of charge they hold has to be. And so at some point, even like one photon or like one cosmic ray hitting that specific bit at the wrong time can cause it to like flip and then hold the wrong memory or hold the wrong storage. And so that's why newer computers face this problem, whereas older computers didn't, because the larger your computer was, like before, like, I mean, computers used to fill rooms, right? Not be as small as like a phone or a laptop. So their transistors would hold a lot more charge than modern computers do. So they wouldn't really be susceptible to this problem because the cosmic ray or photon wouldn't really have enough energy to flip the bit. But modern computers do have that problem. And secondly, a lot of the old computers ran on magnetic memory and not electric memory. And magnets don't have the same problem, of course, because they don't hold electric charge. So when we started sending computers to space that had that problem, we had to build new CPUs. And one of the CPUs that BAE Systems built was based off of the iMac. So the iMac was sort of like the traditional computer that was being used in like classrooms in the late 90s. And yeah, they repurposed that system by basically there was like several layers of fortification going on. There was software fortification in terms of bit correction, like if a bit got flipped, there would be integrity checks on that. So like very fast memory nowadays kind of works on that technology as well. And also like physical fortification in terms of maybe having layers of metal around it to protect it from radiation. And yeah, this is the memory. So this is the chip that got sent on the Curiosity and Perseverance rovers on Mars. And even though it's like quite slow, it's much magnitudes faster than the previous chips that we sent. So the previous chips would have been like up to max 2 megahertz, if at all that. And yeah, this chip ran at like 200 megahertz, which is already like 2 magnitudes higher than the previous one. But the problem with these chips is that they are super expensive to manufacture because they're bespoke and they're not exactly based off of hardware that we have on Earth here. I mean, like they are kind of based on existing hardware, but we have to do a lot of things to make them work in space. So yeah, that's why they're expensive. And also like they survive a lot more radiation than even humans can. So for a lethal dose of radiation for humans is 4 grays, whereas for 5 grays but for this chip it can survive up to 10,000. So there's a huge magnitude of difference there. And now like coming a bit into modern times. So if we think about like SpaceX Dragon, the kind of chip that they sent to space with that. So we don't really have a lot of details because this goes into much more modern territory, and so they don't want to leak their secrets. But they hypothetically run an Intel x86 processor. These are processors that have been readily available since the 2000s, so pretty much commodity hardware. And they use the same controller and judge system as the previous like space shuttle system did. So they build for failover. Like they know that one of these computers is eventually going to fail, but we're going to send a lot of them to space just so that to make sure that even if one of them fails, the rest can take over. And so they have 3 computers on this one is what they've said publicly. And then yeah, the computation is again a voting between all 3. Like the 2 that come up with the same answer get to apply the flight controls or whatever. And interestingly, I forgot the name of Ingenuity. Yeah, Ingenuity. So the Ingenuity helicopter that was sent to Mars as well. It runs a Snapdragon processor, which is probably the most modern processor we have sent to space because, but this was like a 2014 chip, so it would have been like an Android phone from 2014, and this helicopter rover sort of runs the same one as well. Ingenuity runs the same one as well. So that's just like an interesting fact. Yeah, so I think the two ways to survive somewhere brutal, like I think space is like maybe like the very deep sea, or like other extreme habitats like Antarctica or the Arctic Circle, is that you can either have one perfect part, so you can spend a lot of money to make that part perfect and then try to have less of them. But I think the way that humanity has moved forward over time, and even the space industry has moved forward, is that now we have many cheap parts. So rather than having one part that never fails, we have multiple parts and we expect them to fail. So we are building systems for failover, which is kind of like how software engineering has moved forward as well, I think, in my opinion. So yeah, that's it. We've moved a lot over the last 60 years, from rope memory to like having bespoke hardware. Like we have iPads in space now, which is crazy. And the two takeaways are, yeah, I mean, space computing has gotten more ordinary over time, and that reliability is more about failovers than perfection. That's my website, I guess, if you want to scan that. That's about it. Thank you very much. I can take any questions, I guess.
Is this on? I heard about you know, they're trying to put data centers in space, but the weight and the issues around cooling. What's your take on that? Do you think that's a realistic proposition? I mean, there's a lot of money going into it.
Yeah, I guess like I don't really have an expert opinion on this, but from what I hear, like I mean, data centers generally need a lot of cooling, and yeah, I mean, like the way data centers cool down on Earth is by using the atmosphere, right? Like they let off heat into the atmosphere, and since in space we don't really have like that medium of heat transfer, I think that would be, I don't even know how that would work.
You mentioned.
Oh, right.
You mentioned the exponential growth in terms of processing power for the chips and so on that are being sent into space. Has that continued to the present day? What sort of processing power are we looking at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at what kind of chips we're sending right now, but I guess like the latest one I could probably find was like the Ingenuity rover, which had similar computational power to I mean, phones from 2014 pretty much. But I think people, I mean, like in the space industry, like people want to be careful about what they send up, because if we send the latest thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the most secure thing that we've got out there, or the most well understood processor. So we want to send processors that, or like hardware which we have understood quite well and have studied over decades rather than months, I guess.
Any questions? Oh, thank you, Akash.
Also, maybe interesting the direct applications of piece of hardware on orbit. Matt said the Astute Society pretty much
There's the camera. Hello, welcome to our next session. And if you're just joining us online, this is the Open Space Conference 2026. Next, we have Danny Dresner. He is from the University of Manchester. His talk is going to be about cybersecurity and how it applies to space and space people. In fact, all of us. But the most important question is, and it's 1 million astronaut points to whoever gets this right. What's the question? What is this top he's wearing? Does anybody recognise it? It's screen accurate.
Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yes. And the character was?
Commander Koenig?
Well done, John Koenig.
He's
very
won.
good. I think it's worth 2 million points.
2 million astronaut points to you. You can redeem
Absolutely.
them. You can redeem them at.
Yeah, you can cash them in for a free coffee
Yeah, you
outside.
can, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. Take it
Cool.
away for Danny. Called you John then. You'll take that.
No, that'll do. So, thanks. Just another thing about the University of Manchester and the presentation we just had. Super proud because it was only, I think, about a month or two ago that we were awarded an IEEE award for what is called Manchester Code. The Manchester Code, which is out there driving the Voyager spacecraft and sending signals back, because it was a really clever thing where they kind of mixed up the actual code and part of the code which does the timing and whatever. It was really economic, not like we do now that we can have all of this memory and we just kind of can pour any crap into there. Whoops, sorry. I don't know, am I allowed to use language like that? Anyway. Oh yeah, and the other thing about computing power, I heard a lovely interview with Buzz Aldrin, and the interviewer sort of thought they'd get one over and said, do you know this musical birthday card has more computing power than your lunar lander? And Buzz Aldrin just very coolly said, well, you throw it up and see how far it goes. Love that. Anyway. So yeah, you might be starting to detect that I am actually serious about everything that I do, but not necessarily about the way that I do it. And you may also be wondering, I'm going to throw this back to you actually, why do you think I've got those 3 albums? What have those 3 albums got in common? Some of you might actually be of an age that you bought the original ones. Pardon? Well, there's The War of the Worlds. I mean, am I talking about cyber war? Journey to the Center of the Earth by Rick Wakeman. Is it because I've got more keyboards than Rick Wakeman? I also think generally have more screens than the Odeon. And Pink Floyd, The Wall. Is that supposed to be an analogy for firewalls and the like? Is that what I'm getting at?
Space cybersecurity.
No. A bit, slightly tangentially, they're all concept albums. They're all what they call concept albums. And a lot of what I'm going to talk in here kind of are some of my concept albums. So they're half-baked, they're ideas, they will resonate with some people, perhaps not everybody, but it's stuff that I'm working on. So hopefully it will still be of interest by the time I get to the back of it. Yeah, of course we wanted to be an astronaut. That was as far as I got. That was me in my astronaut suit. Back in the day when I had hair. And I don't know whether you can see that. Probably the most important book on the planet. Anybody read? Anybody hear the original radio series? Because that's the best. Anybody recognise that book from a distance? Absolutely. I was going to call our children, one of my first son Davros, but my wife my wife vetoed it. Yeah, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is important. Why is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy the single most valuable contribution we have to anything that we do? because it has the words "Don't Panic" in large friendly letters on the cover. So there we go. Yeah, very proud to be. I came to Manchester in 1981. Still haven't bought a return ticket. This is more or less my kind of little internal agenda for the talk. You might want to do kind of a little sort of equivalent of kind of buzzword bingo, but with some of the numbers which I'm going to throw at you, because hopefully none of these numbers are really big numbers. Although space is really big. But hopefully I want to get over that you can actually do a lot by just focusing on a little and then kind of expanding out about. So if I leave you thinking about things that you haven't thought about before, or thinking about things that you have thought about before in a different way, then that's good. And if I leave you thinking I've made some sense, that's even better for me. So please keep in touch. Please get in touch, and I will try and get back to the Wednesday night meetups. So yeah, as my supervisor told, I know I don't look that old really, but that was my first day of work at a factory called Ferranti, which some of you will know. It used to be huge around Manchester. It used to employ about 10,000 people in various places around Manchester. But I was told on my first day of work, if it's easy, you're not doing it right. And if that doesn't apply to the kind of science and engineering that we're talking about today, then it's really, really true. I mean, there may be little bits of sudden innovation where we really crack a problem, but overall it's quite complex, and there's an awful lot going on. And yeah, I mean, but sometimes it's the simple ideas that really help, and that's what I try to get over in terms of security. So those of you who thought there were only five Thunderbirds, and of course, what's Thunderbird 5? Where's Thunderbird 5? Thunderbird 5 is the one in space. It's the satellite monitoring all of Earth communications. Poor lonely, I think it was Alan Tracy up there all by himself. But we didn't think about that kind of, that psychological pressure when we were kids. He was up there in space. We wanted to be with him. But Thunderbird 6 ended up being a tiger moth because it was just the right piece of technology at the right time. Interesting what you were saying before about, do you have one really super piece of equipment, or do you have lots of little bits and possibly things recognizing these things set to fail. There was a feeling about that from John Glenn all the way back in the earlier days of the space mission. But I really want us to focus a little bit on not necessarily getting things up there, keeping things moving, getting the signals up and down and all of that kind of stuff. I want us to think about kind of the surrounding issues of making this kind of stuff sustainable, and also protecting the hard work that we put in and stopping others kind of essentially piggybacking or stealing what it is that we actually do. So there are certain threats, certain problems, certain challenges. So here is my very quick, I've called it a splash course because it ends up, well, not with a module spacecraft splashing down, but that poor Amazon truck that you might have seen on the news was a few months back that followed the GPS to the letter and ended up actually where it did. It is. But my cybersecurity is all about people having nice things. Anybody, people of a certain age in the room recognise that? Blue Peter, back in the day, showing off the launch of a satellite. It was fabulous. We did a space security conference a few months back in Manchester, and we had somebody who'd actually worked on that satellite. What they now avow actually is how much of that satellite was being used for surveillance and all of the other military stuff. But anyway, so we've got our assets. People want to essentially take control of them themselves. We have to ask, have they got the capability? Many of them have. Will they find vulnerabilities in equipment? And I will say it now, and I will say it again. Everything that we have got is broken. It's all broken. With a bit of luck, it'll be renewed, decommissioned, and we won't discover, or people won't exploit those vulnerabilities before we move on to version 2.0 or whatever it is. But if they are able to exploit, bad things will happen. Sometimes they may be hidden, sometimes they actually might be dramatic. And if you look at some of the kind of events which have already been recorded as happening in space, then this really is science fact. Although I must admit that the marvelous thing about science fiction, it does help us to get some of the imagination as to what people can do. Because, a bit like, remember Firefox? And what was it, Clint Eastwood? Remember what was the mantra in Firefox? Because he had to steal a Russian jet which was operated telepathically. He had to think in Russian. I don't know whether you have to think in a Russian accent, but you have to think in Russian. And so we have to think about how our adversaries will think. I'm going to fail on compliance for this presentation, by the way, because the real laws of cybersecurity is that all your presentations must have an iceberg analogy, a quote from Sun Tzu, and a pyramid diagram. And I don't think I've got any of those in this one. So what can we do about it? Well, actually, we need to deploy certain things. So here I've got 7 different Ds that we need to look at the kill chain of what our adversaries will do and try to make it at least less damaging. Also, I'm quite inspired by a guy called Ian Levy, who used to be the Chief Technical Officer of the National Cybersecurity Centre, and he said, this is going back 10 years, he said that we need to change our attitude. I mean, protection is all very important, but we also need to learn to cope with bad actors on, or should we say, in our systems. And anybody watch Star City? Nobody's seen Star City yet? Really cool views of different countries' approaches to technology and having different assets and people kind of working for all. So it's a kind of a mixture of espionage. Highly recommended. Also, it's kind of like the corollary of For All Mankind. Anybody watch For All Mankind? Yeah, a few nods there. That last season was rubbish, but never mind that. The rest of it was really good. So, like I say, try to boil down all of these huge ideas into something more handleable. So, Microsoft actually some time came back with this kind of acronyms of STRIDE, hence the play on the famous, One Giant Leap and all of that kind of stuff, and recognise that actually when you can boil down all of these different threats into these kind of 6 categories, and if you have a view on these 6 categories, then you've got a way of looking at things that you're creating and you're working on, and think about how you can protect them or at least cope when these kind of bad things happen. So they're actually interesting. I try to, of course, using AI to illustrate this. And I wanted to play on that. The famous line, "That's not a moon; it's a space station." And also on the basis that that's not. Oh yes, it actually is a moon. And the damn thing kept putting the bloody Death Star in there. So in the end, I had to use that photograph of a little stress ball that I got from the space conference last year. But there you go. Maybe it's just my prompting. So do follow up some of these stories. I mean, what I chose here were 5 of the really, well, not just avowable, but certainly seem to be the well-documented and the stuff that I can actually believe in. Quite interestingly, like when it comes to classifying the different cyber attacks on space assets, it's interesting to see kind of literally the range from ground all the way all the way to space. But to see that actually, nobody seems to be playing on the repudiation side of stuff in terms of pretending it is somebody who it isn't, or there is the kind of hijacking of signals. And on the whole, people at the moment don't seem to be really going for the kind of the information stealing side of stuff, and it gets terribly sensitive. I can't. But where was it? It must have been one of the Manchester groups. Just how sensitive and the kind of the socio-technical side of space and security actually is. So that wonderful first talk that we had this morning, and looking at farmlands and the like. So there was somebody doing some work, looking at farmlands in Africa, little tribal areas with and the family areas within those kind of tribal regions, and they have generations of secrets in terms of what works and what doesn't. And because at ground level, it's very difficult to grasp, which are the successful families. and which ones might actually have some ingredient or way of working or ploughing the land or whatever it might be that really works. And of course, all of a sudden we come along with our satellites and take pictures, and all of a sudden, hundreds, maybe thousands of years of tradition are there and open. So, good intentions perhaps, of monitoring, agriculture and food supplies and the like, but also it might be stepping on the toes of somebody's intellectual property. So, different things that you can use to sort out cybersecurity. Firstly, think of it in basically three separate terms. There's only three things you need to remember. Firstly, the most important one, actually it's really the one in the middle, is our systems, we want them to operate. We want to be able to send signals, we want them able to print things, whatever it might actually be with our technologies, we want our technology to do things. So operation is absolutely key, absolutely key. We'd be daft if we didn't want to protect that kind of stuff, and that's the problem. We rush towards functionality and we forget about what we call the non-functional requirements. And it's only when we've built something that we think about efficiency and effectiveness and interoperability and maintainability and security. Most of these things seem to end with itty. A lot of what I do often rhymes with itty, but we won't go into which one that might be. So we want to protect, want to operate, but also, importantly, what was it Bill Gates said, titled his book? Was it Business at the Speed of Thought? Stuff happens fast. We need to use technology, and this means not being afraid of, well, I think the A stands for alleged, for alleged intelligence. We need to be able to harness the technology to actually help us. And you will often get cybersecurity consultants standing up and saying, oh, well, all you need to do is worry about people, process, and technology. Actually, I've got two here. It isn't three. It's people and technology. Process is that thing that we complain about when things go wrong because we haven't built the system and got the right balance between the people and the technology. So listen out for that, on the news. There is one also basic law in cybersecurity, and I absolutely admire Baroness Dido Harding, who used to head Talk, because she did wonders for my TV career, because I'd be on the BBC and they're like, why am I on the BBC? Well, three things. Firstly, they like a professor. Secondly, the studios are just up the road. And thirdly, and the most importantly, they don't have to pay me. But there you go. Three elements to frame an information system. So actually, when you're looking at information systems, you're only talking about three people. You're talking about the owners of the systems, the people who have got the power. And we've talked about some of those people as well. The owners, people who laterally decide whether you have a thing switched on and switched off. This comes from a guy called Peter Checkland, who was up the road at Lancaster University, and he called it the soft systems methodology, SSM, which I always feel I'm probably going to get mixed up with some other naughty sort of acronym if I write it. So I like to say soft systems methodology and keep it feel. You have the owners, you have the actors, the people who are actually involved, who are running the service, and you have the customers, who should be the beneficiaries of the systems. And unfortunately, because sometimes the systems have their flaws, and then the service goes down, or people do bad things and attack, they become the victims as well. But I'll come more to that. We've seen Stride. We can actually look at the entire threat model, the entire threat landscape, and actually boil it down just to six areas. We've talked about our 7 Ds of cyber effects. You can go into more details on another time about 7 principles for balancing people and technology. Forget the process, it's about people and technology. A little picture there of my students with an exercise we do looking at architecture and phishing. Phishing with a PH, all of that stuff. Don't click on the link kind of stuff. What is the cure? What is the cure that people promote for phishing? Billions of pounds of space assets. What's the most important thing is, right, we've got all of that pressure on you. We're probably paying you a rubbish wage, and we want you to be the front line to ward off professional criminals and hostile nation states. It's a little bit of an imbalance. So actually, 6 out of those 8 cards that they're holding up in that kind of architecture game have got nothing to do with awareness and phishing exercises. That is actually about getting that right balance between the people and technology and removing that burden so that people can actually do the interesting doing work for which we've launched stuff left, right, and centre. And like I say, I think artificial intelligence must be seen as an opportunity because we don't want to get into the kind of the A.J. Herbert, the historian come humorist kind of idea of kind of let's find out what everybody's doing and stop them doing it, which seems to be far too much kind of the attitude. Let's look at the opportunities and make things safe, and let's kind of work these things in. So there are some references. I'm happy kind of to share a PDF of the slides at some point if you can track me down on the internet. I suppose if you can't track me down on the internet, you're not very good at cyber, but there we go. Yes, I mean, you get two choices in the security. You either kind of shout and say hi, or you just say, hi, my name's Daniel D and I work for GCHQ. I don't work for GCHQ, but I did find it quite amusing. Was in the news a few months back, there was a civil servant who was prosecuted for using a chat-up line to say he was from the security services. The irony being that if you meet somebody from the security services and you ask them what they do, they tell you they're a civil servant. But there you go. You know, life imitating art, or is it the other way around? Never quite sure. So, you know, when it comes down to it, look, you know, AI, of course AI is a problem, but let's get homeopathic. Let's get homeopathic. Why don't we make sure that we use this to actually solve the problem? Work in tandem, people and technology. That's what, you know, that's what cyber is all about. Anybody know where cyber comes from? The word cyber. Gibson? I knew. It's a good job you got screens. Yeah. You're protected here. You're protected. No. He coined cyberspace in Burning Chrome. Cyber. I mean, actually, I think the first reference is back in the Ampere, back in the 19th century. But it actually comes from a science of cybernetics started by Norbert Wiener, 1948, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and it's about steering. It's about governance. It's about feedback. All of that stuff in our control systems, which are absolutely vital. That's where cyber comes from. It's from the Greek cyber. I was a Greek student. Even he couldn't say it correctly, so I'm not going to even try. So it's all about steering, and we talk about governance, which is really important as well. So, you know, the absolute essence of governance is getting our systems to operate, take the feedback, analyze that feedback, and do the stuff that we want them to do, which might actually also be looking at kind of the anomalies and the vulnerabilities and how we actually cope when the bad actors are doing bad things on our systems. So, getting towards the end, some closing thoughts. I've given you that closing thought already. Yeah, kind of. I'm not a proper academic. 2-2 poly degree. Alex, don't tell them at the university. Sorry, yeah, university colleagues here. I don't want them going back and back telling tales. But it really is a case of, you know, not just with space technology, all technology. We reward the first to market, not the best. So, you know, maybe the answer is okay. People have to have choice. So maybe we actually come up with like like have energy ratings. We bought a new fridge recently. There was nothing in Currys. Other suppliers are available, not many others. Isn't that funny? You get these shops where we all buy stuff. You know, Amazon, Currys. We all use this stuff. Who likes them? We hate them. But unfortunately, we just never seem to really have the time to kind of get that kind of personal attention. But maybe there is a thing that, yes, I'm prepared to pay a little bit extra for security. Problem and the challenge is a bit like some months back when someone asked me, "Oh, Danny, you're in IT." Professor of bloody cybersecurity at the University of Manchester. I'm not in IT. But anyway, so you say, you're in IT and I can't get things to print. And of course, he bought, yeah, usual thing. It's Friday. It'll be fine until 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, they know that you want to go home. All printers know this. They're all sitting there waiting for 4 o'clock. He said he couldn't get his printer working. So, of course, okay, be nice, Daniel. I didn't last long, but. Yeah, so I asked him about whether he kept his machine up to date, if he bought a brand new printer. Oh no, I don't bother doing any of that. To which I pointed out that his not keeping things up to date creates an open asset for other people, a conduit for other people to cause attacks on, and he was putting my granddaughter's homework in danger. I had him thinking in a different way, and that's what's really important with these things. It's always thinking in as many different ways as possible. Not just that little narrow focus on that goal, but also thinking about where that actually might be. And I've got cool colleagues at the university who kind of have these kind of test tools that actually mathematically prove that software will do X, Y, and Z. Might do A, B, and C, and certainly won't do E, F, and G, which would be a really bad thing. So for the actual verification. So, final thought. Talking about Peter Checkland and his involvement of the soft squidgy bit between the chair and the keyboard. That we've got owners and we've got actors and we've got customers, and every boardroom out there has got an empty chair, or conceptually an empty chair, and somebody's got the vote, and it's a criminal or a hostile nation state if they don't really focus on how cyber and security or cybersecurity applies to the goals that they're trying to achieve. So you've got this interaction of three characters. Sometimes they're there for the good, they're mirrored there in the bad. Now we're talking about space today, so throw this final question open. What kind of problem am I talking about? It's, there's complexity. We need to be able to deal with it. So I've got those three types there. What analogy might we use? Something that we need to use and recalculate and take account of when things change, and things will change. No, think space. Risk, for that word ending with K. I use a lot of those.
Hacking?
No. You're being no. It's space. What's special to space? Problem special to space? What have we got here? What kind of problem have we got here? It's a three-body problem, isn't it? It's a three-body problem. And I said I was going to leave you with some thoughts. So, thank you for that. I suppose I have to take some questions. Hopefully, not too hard ones. Although maybe I shall ask. I'll throw one more cultural reference. Where did the inspiration for those closing gates come from? The Prisoner. Yes. Who said that? Yeah. Yes, millions of points. Yes, I would rather like to be not pushed, stamped, filed, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered, but you can't get away from it, can you? Thanks for your attention.
Questions, anyone? It was a lot.
He's done such a good job.
Well, there you go.
Just for the benefit of the stream.
No, I don't know what the 39 steps are either. So.
You talked a lot about security and open space. Is there anything that we as individuals not associated with these large organizations can do in terms of space cybersecurity?
Yeah, it's the same up there, in the middle and down here. So, okay. So, yeah, there are certificates and there are audits and all of this kind of things when people talk about what I'm just about to mention. So, who has their 5 a day fruit and veg? Some people try, yeah. Is that the total of your health regime? No, of course it isn't. But it's a good start, isn't it? It's a good start. Like what's the question? What do you call 100 lawyers at the bottom of the Atlantic? A good start. But there we go. No, 5 a day. 5 a day. It's a good start. So, National Cybersecurity Centre, part of GCHQ, identified 5 basic things that you can do. They call them cyber essentials. Like I say, you can get a certificate if you do it, but okay, certificates are good, but it's that's not the reason for doing it. It's because if you implement these 5 things, and if I say encryption, is that getting too technical? Encryption, encrypting stuff? Hey, this doesn't even include encryption. These are 5 basic things which will protect you from the low-level automated internet-facing attacks. You can tell I've rehearsed that sentence a few times. But you can remove so many of the automated problems, and that puts a blocker between AI and your systems as well, or a lot of the things it would otherwise take advantage of. So, look into those 5 cyber essentials and think from a personal point of view. Am I Am I using my device, day to day with all the admin privileges? Because if I do make that mistake of clicking on a link, then that malware downloads and will go through my system like fruit through a short grandparent, and take over everything. At least if I'm limited to my user privileges while doing my online shopping and all of that kind of stuff, that reduces things. And the segmentation and sorting out those privileges is really, really important. Why should I be doing my online shopping on the same device as I'm controlling my satellite, or launching, or having secret conversations, or conversations. Maybe secret is a harsh word, but yeah, probably a lot of the stuff is secret. A lot of it's personal. Those early conversations, because we're protected. We've got an NDA. Well, terrific. The eye of Stride. You can't undisclose a disclosure. So everybody can do these 5 cyber essentials to a certain extent, and it's a bit like a garden wall. Anyone got a garden? Anybody got a garden? Got a garden? Yeah, a few nods. So garden walls, people will still climb over them. A colleague of mine, Professor Colin Williams, says that security is basically a set of rules for honest people. So people will still climb over the garden wall, but most people will walk around it. So that's great, because you've now eliminated a lot of the potential threat actors who might just do things accidentally. You've got to think about the accidental as well as the malicious and all of that kind of scale of activity. So 5 a day for cybersecurity. And perhaps the number one is yes, I know it's inconvenient. I was really busy. I know I've got an old slow machine. It's going to take 45 minutes, an hour to shut it all down, put the updates in. But it's insurance. I mean, and those of you who work in companies, when you have your appraisals, make sure that your managers are calling you to kind of act securely, and realizing that yes, if you have to shut down for an hour or whatever it is while your support IT people update your machines with the latest patches, that is programmed into your things. That's an hour that you can't deliver whatever targets. So your targets needed to be adjustable, whether that's time or the actual amount. So again, it kind of comes down to the kind of the social side, because it's a socio-technical challenge. It's not about process. It's not about people. We talk about people being the strongest asset, which is just patronising, isn't it? Or the weakest link, which is just damn rude. But at least we can work together. Okay, it's going to take a while to get there. But perhaps if we kind of think about these messages, we can establish a Toynbee convector. Toynbee convector. Anybody? Ray Bradbury. Ray Bradbury's Toynbee. Okay. Have we got a moment to explain? Ray Bradbury's Toynbee convector, lovely short story. Everybody sitting out on the hillside having a picnic, in a fabulous land. There's no famine, no wars. Medicine is curing just about everything. Everybody's having a wonderful life. Why? Because a time traveler went into the future and he saw this wonderful future, came back with the photographs, and everyone said, oh, we should start fighting and doing all this horrible stuff to each other. Let's work together towards this. As the historian said, Arnold Toynbee said, that any civilization does not grasp a goal to communally realize will stagnate. And he uses all kinds of things about, the various Greeks and the Romans and all of that kind of stuff, why those empires kind of aren't around today, and how they lost their vision. Remember, was it Alexander the Great said that he wept because he had no lands left to conquer? Pretty good, because I think he died at about 33. But there we go. So they're waiting out on the hillside for the time traveler to appear 100 years since his first journey. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait. And of course, what happens? What do you think happens?
Never arrives.
He never arrives because he never went. There is no time travel, as much as we would like to think about it and believe it, and perhaps but I get what do you call it? Quantum entanglement, or maybe moves towards it, and goodness knows what some of these subatomic particles actually do. But on the whole, conceptually, I think we can pretty much write off time travel in kind of our lifetimes, or whatever it is. But the point being is that he'd seen this. And he knew about this idea of Toynbee's, of needing to set a communal goal. So he faked the whole thing. But everybody believed what he had to say, stopped all their fighting and all the other kind of side of stuff. and they started working together, and that's referred to as the Toynbee convector. Short story by Ray Bradbury, possibly my favourite science fiction author. Desert Island Discs, anyone remember that or listen to it? It's still on. You're sent to a desert island, and you're only allowed to take 8 tracks. I have to say 8 tracks because back in the day it was 8 discs, you know, little plastic things. We used to have 78s at home. They really show my age there, but there we go. And you're also allowed to take 1 book with you to this desert island, and you have to choose your book. And you're already given, apparently, because apparently when you get shipwrecked, it's automatically you get the Bible and the great works and the complete works of Shakespeare. Don't ask me why, but that was the setup. And the book that I would choose to take to my desert island would be his Martian Chronicles. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of techie stuff in there, but it's all about, you know, the challenges of colonizing space and the relationship with our Earth. So well worth a read if you haven't read it already. So I've just done my academic job here. I've set you some reading to do. Okay, there will be questions next term, folks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I'll explain better.
Fabulous. Okay, yeah. Well, you have the mic, so
Yeah.
set yourself up and you'll be ready to go.
That's a mic. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible to you? Am I audible to you, all of you? Okay. Okay. Better. Okay. Actually, I'm from India. To introduce myself, for the past 10 years, I had been traveling to more than 40 countries to make a research about the planetary positions. And when we talk about space, there are terms like astronomy and astrology, right? Astronomy, we can define it as the basic position of the planets, right? It's related to planets. And astrology, it's similar to that, but the only thing is that what I predict is there is some connection between the planets and the human life here. To start with, I'll tell you a small story. Everybody knows a week consists of 7 days. Anybody knows what is the reason behind that? That can be 6 days a week or 8 days a week. Why is it? Why there are 7 days a week? Any answers? Because in the solar system, there are 7 important planets in astrology. Starting from the Mercury to Saturn, there are 7 planets. And 7 planets has some peculiar features in that. For example, we call Sunday, right? Sunday is associated with the planet Sun. Monday, it's associated with planet Moon. Like that, the 7 days in a week, it's oriented with 7 planets. And everybody knows all the planets, the orbit that revolves around the Sun, right? So when we talk about each and every planet, starting from Mercury to Saturn, there are specific characteristics of each planet. So the when we talk about human lives and this planetary connection with the human life, there are specific diseases that causes each and every planet causes each and every diseases. For example, sun that controls the nervous system and the bone in the body. Likewise, Mars, the planet, it's associated with bloodstream in the human body. And then Saturn, it's a lifespan of each and every individual. Like that, the 7 planets, it's associated with particular diseases, and there is a research going on. There are some incurable diseases in medical history. For example, autism. There are no specific treatments to autism. But my research is that certain incurable diseases can be fixed by this planetary combination or planetary positions. To make this more interesting, there is an app called Sky Viewer. I don't know how much of you are aware of that. That can be directly downloaded. And when you download this app, I can show you. This is the app. You can directly see all the planets above the sky. All the constellations, you can see that. When you see that, you can see moon, whatever the planets, whatever the stars, you can directly see that. So I don't want to get into more technical side of this, but the basic thing is that the planetary positions, actually in the ancient times, we used it for navigation purpose. That is the primary purpose, right? The sailors, the crew, they used to see the direction. When a ship is in the sea, actually you don't know. Now we have GPS systems and all the systems, but in the earlier time, they used to see the direction by pole star, right? So now we have this GPS systems, and all these advancements in sciences are now possible. Maybe the first telescope might have been found out in the 16th century, right? Rockets in 19th centuries, right? But as a astrologer, or when we speak about Tamil astrology, all these had been found out maybe 1000 years back or 2000 years back. All right. So how did our ancestors found that? For example, when we see the color of the planets, Mars is red, right? Venus is white. So all these things, our ancestors, even without any basic technologies, they used to fix that, because when we say the calendar, 7 days a week, 12 months a year, all these things were fixed. That's what we are following on. All these were founded by our ancestors. So all these were fixed by some system, or something has been happened there some 1000 years back. So my research is based on connection of this planetary position and its influence in the normal human life. And when we talk about the planets, you know, the lawyers wear the black coat, right? And judges, they wear the black color. What is the association of this black with this justice? Because Saturn, it's a planet where the light never passes through, because it's very distant from the sun. So when this sun, Saturn, it's a color of the planet is dark, and what happens is that it's associated with justice. Likewise, all the doctors and nurses, they wear the white coat because it's associated with the planet Venus. So likewise, each and every planet has its own color, own characteristics, and that's been influencing the human day-to-day life. So if you want to know more about this, you can give me an email. I'll tell you the particular personal horoscope of the particular individual, and you will have more basic ideas about this. That's it. Sorry? Yes, I will give you my email address.
All right. Thanks, Sini. So we're going to be breaking off for lunch now. We have a couple of places nearby. There's Aldi, which is probably the cheapest option. There's Domino's, there's Costa, loads of places. And we plan to be back here at 1:30. So see you in an hour.
Oh, it's lunch now.
Yeah.
Time that very bad. sadly.
Right, thank you.
Perfect.
Afternoon sessions of the Open Space Conference 2026. If you're just joining us online, then welcome as well. Our next speaker is Ewan Harvey from UK Research and Innovation. He's going to be talking about, hang on, hold your applause, we'll go for it in a minute. Can't give him two lots. We are going to be talking about sustainability within the space sector and the Scottish space sector. And for another 1 million astronaut points, what is the name of the Shetland spaceport? Well done. You've won 1 million space points. Woo. Right, big round of applause for Ewan. Woo! Thank you, Ewan. Oh, there you go. Cheers.
How are we doing? We all right? Can we see the screen all right there?
Yes.
Is that, I'll maybe position that a wee bit there, but, well, thank you very much for coming back after lunch. And thank you very much for everyone that's put this together and for inviting me down. I know it's been a lot of effort putting all the IT and everything, so I appreciate what everyone's done. So yeah, as mentioned, I'm going to talk about an introduction to Scotland's space sustainability journey. I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey. It's not the most conventional journey into space industry, so I'm just getting my timer here so I don't run on. Not the most conventional journey into the space industry, so talk a little bit about that. Talk about the work that's going on in space sustainability and within the UK space sector, and then talk about the Scottish space sector, because I think it's one of the most thriving and one of the most exciting sectors out there, never mind just in space, but across the UK. So I'll see if I can flick this on. As you can probably tell, maybe a little bit from the accent, and if not from the accent, from the kilt, it's a common theme. I'm based up in Scotland, so I'm based up in Edinburgh. I'm based up at the Royal Observatory, which is such a cool place to work, and some extremely interesting work coming out of that. But I work for UKRI STFC, with a bunch of acronyms, but basically it's part of DSIT, so Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, so UK government department. And I look at supporting businesses, academic institutions, and the likes within the space sector. So I'll try and flick that on. Oh, there we go. So this was something I put together last night because I thought there's nothing better than just putting all the pictures together and talking through it. So my journey started off, actually I wanted to be a PE teacher, and that was my dad was a PE teacher, so I was like, that's what I want to do. And then going into it, I was like, that's quite niche. It's quite, PE teaching. I was like, I want to maybe broaden my horizons, want to look elsewhere. I was like, okay, what do I enjoy? So I enjoyed business in school, and also had a care for the environment. So I was like, right, we'll go and explore that. So that's how I ended up at the University of Stirling. I was looking through some of my photos from the first Freshers Week and stuff like that, and I was like, that's probably not appropriate for this presentation. So here's one of me playing badminton instead. So my journey, as I say, started really in that kind of business degree, and there was a lot of change in between it. And I say my interest in the environment and the interest in business led me to my dissertation topic. And I was struggling. I was like, what do I do it on? I say business, environment. And it happened just by chance through a conversation with a family friend who was doing some marketing, worked for a marketing agency. And they were looking into space industry. And I thought, I don't know, space industry, Scotland, UK, what's that? And as we were talking and saying, oh, we're going to have launches from the UK soon. I mean, this was quite a few years ago, but we're still not got there. We're going to be having launch. I was like, how is that actually going to work in terms of the net zero policy, which was really big at the time, and the environmental policy, but we're launching rockets into space. So that's what kind of led to me doing my dissertation into the environmental sustainability of the Scottish space sector and influence of net zero and I think it was like government policy. And then through this, I graduated, and it led me into some really interesting conversations with people from academia, people throughout the sector who's actually really interested in space sustainability. And it was something that was already kind of evolving, but the research was quite new, and people were interested. And I think the great thing about the space sector is people are very engaged, and people want to talk to you, and people want to learn. And really grateful for that. And that led to an opportunity with the UK Space Agency. I ended up doing an internship, but also you'll see on the top screen, it's quite clear. having involvement in the space sustainability strategy, and I'll talk a little bit about that a bit later on. But like-minded people talking about space sustainability and the environment. This led me to moving down south, so just outside of London, where I work for an Earth observation company. And the initial piece of research that I brought was looking at spaceports and spaceport sustainability. So that was my little project. That was what kind of started me off. And I spent a good year and a half down there before moving back up to Scotland. And this has led me to several opportunities talking about sustainable space and the environment. And then I think nearly 2 years ago now, moved up to the Royal Observatory up in Edinburgh. Fantastic place to work. As I mentioned, not just because of the views, but also the history and the work that's going on in astronomy and world-leading research. And that's led me to today and what I'm doing just now. So I just kind of wanted to start, and I don't think we'll use the QR codes because we can talk in the room here. When someone says space sustainability in the context of the UK space sector, or just the space sector in general, what do we think? Can we kind of shout out any words? No nasty words, please. But
carbon neutrality.
Carbon neutrality, yeah. Carbon neutral.
Space debris management.
Space debris management. Anything else? Reusable rockets, reusable craft, sustainable fuels. These are the kind of things we're thinking. So they're all correct, and what I'm going to talk about here is there are definitions of sustainability, and mentioning the roadmap earlier on. This is the so copious, so I won't read all that out, but this is the definition that we've kind of come up with and we are referring to. But going a bit kind of rogue here, I don't necessarily agree that this is the right definition. I think as we're speaking about here, there's lots of different words that mean talk about sustainability, and sustainability can mean different things to different people in different contexts. And where my kind of research and what I've done quite recently is we talk about sustainability and we think the environment. Yes, that's a crucial part of sustainability, but there's also other aspects. You've got to think about the sociological, got to think about this political and social side. There's many different aspects that come into sustainability, and that's not just the space sector, that is across other sectors as well. So I said I would come back to the Environmental Task Force, and this was the ETF for short. And this is a group that I'm involved with and have been since kind of my university days. It's a volunteer-led group that's composed of people from government, academia, people in careers, people on the fringe, not just space. People from environmental agencies, people from kind of the policy side, both in the UK, but also on a broader international way. So conversations with the Australian Space Agency, conversations with Turkish, Malta, and other space agencies in Europe. And this is a group that has come together to say on a common goal of improving space sustainability in the Scottish space sector, and it's really pushed forward that this group, I say volunteer-led, but we've got a lot of traction, and we're speaking to these big agencies about what we are doing in Scotland and what we are doing around supporting and representing the Scottish space sector. One of our biggest things here, as you'll see, is very delivery focused, and we'll go into some of the work packages, but the idea of the group is that there's ideas that we'll bring forward and we want to bring action. So how do we do that? How can we improve sustainability? Setting out a clear roadmap, as we'll go on to, and putting funding mechanisms, putting people's time and effort into delivering that. So this is what led to the Space Sustainability Roadmap. As you saw the picture earlier on, we believe it was the first of its kind globally, which from Scotland, from the UK is a really big thing. It took several years to come together through industry, stakeholder engagement, reviewing international best practices, so what's already out there. So we looking at, we spoke about the Outer Space Treaty, we spoke about different standards, so looking at putting those together, taking lessons from those, taking learnings, and it gives us an ambition to work towards, which I think is really important, something to set out. This is what we're working towards, this is the kind of landscape, and this is steps and how we get there. So as I mentioned, this is the environmental side. So some of the things that we maybe mentioned before, so falling rocket stages, rocket engine emissions, satellite, space debris, materials, re-entry into space. You've got stuff like space weather and space traffic management. And this is set out in this kind of format. So I'll show you at the end. You can go and read and see the roadmap, but it's set out into these work packages that are then broken down into actions across these 3 different pillars. We recently had a relaunch of this where we reviewed the progress. So you'll see the stuff that's in the green, stuff that's still in progress, and the stuff that's upcoming. And I think one of the biggest lessons from this was, you see there's a lot of yellow here. And there's a reason for that. It's because, space sustainability isn't just right, we'll do that, I mean, that's it. It's all about maintaining that and setting those standards and keeping them doing the best practice and make sure we're holding others accountable for that. So societal journey, again, this was me last night looking at the pictures. So there needs to be a societal, as I mentioned, a societal aspect. We need a better understanding of those looking into the space industry, of what actually happens. If you ask somebody who's got no idea about the space industry, the first thing that might come to mind is rocket emissions or safety, or don't necessarily know the actual impacts that space technology has on people's lives. So it's talking about education on that, getting people into the space sector and involved. There's so many opportunities, and again, I'll touch on it a bit later, that the space industry isn't just for the people in astrophysics or the people who are trained to be astronauts. There's so many different roles and different jobs and different experiences that we need to diversify and grow the space sector. Also funding and on a political level. I think we talk about different strategies and we talk about the space industry. We need people on the political level and the funding level to understand what's happening, understand the importance of space, so we can get that time, that investment into the industry and get it spoken about on a kind of political level. And I certainly talk about that from the kind of the Scottish side and the work that we've got within the sector. It's not just the nasty stuff. We've had talks about Earth observation before, biodiversity monitoring, and it's changing those attitudes that it's opportunities. There's opportunities out there, and so this was me at Saxford Spaceport a few years ago now. I think this was January, so you can see how cold it was. And it's they're doing a lot of good work around educating people in the Shetland Islands of what actually is space, and how people can get involved. And this change of attitudes towards the environment is not just space. We're seeing it in other sectors. As I say, I worked in Earth observation before, and the finance sector was slowly kind of warming up to, okay, we need to look at some of the environmental impacts and some of the regulations, such as the EU Green Deal, the GD, I forgot, does anyone know it's the GDP? No. No, I can't imagine. It's basically a set of standards that the finance industry needs to adhere to on an environmental level. And they're TCFD, I think that's it. You quote me on that later. But also skills. There's in certain areas of the space industry, there's skill shortages. There's areas where, this is taken from the skill sector survey. There's areas that you wouldn't necessarily think are space related, but they definitely are. And it's talking to, people that there are opportunities in space. And these skills are very much transferable. Here's some of the creative skills, critical systems thinking, dynamic operations, environmental. There's lawyers that are looking at space now. We're going to most likely have a space economy in space. So you need the lawyers, you need doctors, you need people who are designing spacesuits. So it's that kind of education piece. And international recognition and collaboration. So this is I think this slide might actually be out of order, but so it's talking about what we're doing in the UK on an international level and showcasing the brilliant science and technology that we have. This was a signing of an MOU between the Bremen Space Cluster in Scotland. That was some work I was doing in Malta last week, and the Danish space industry. So I think I did miss a slide there, but a sustainable and growing Scottish space sector. So you might be able to see from the bits and pieces here, but we've got there's four proposed, this was a few years ago, proposed spaceports. The most likely, well, the one that's going to launch most recently is Saxaford. And I believe that their launch window is between August and September of this month. So if there's a launch going to happen, it's going to be within those 2 months. And there's at least 24 hours notice, so it could just happen like that. So fingers crossed for that one, and I think that is really important for the Scottish space sector and the UK space sector, as well as, you know, an access for launch for Europe. Why is that not moving along? So yeah, the Scottish space sector has a strong founding. As mentioned, we've got our own strategy, which is based off the UK space strategy as well, and also work in skills and sustainable space. So Scotland has this unique, well, not quite unique, but it has a very healthy relationship with its academics, but also with Scottish Government and Scottish Space. And we see this kind of working relationship as a real positive in Scotland. So we've got clusters, you've probably heard of clusters. We've got a good cluster network within Scotland that comes together under the Space Scotland banner. And within that, we've got working groups. So these working groups are from industry, academia, and they are very much action-led. So I look at the infrastructure and facilities working group. We've got other people that are looking at new voices, skills, international relations. And these people come together, again, voluntary time, but they are working within the industry. They are seeing what's happening within the industry and coming back with ideas and say, we need to improve this, or should we have a look at this, or maybe some more funding is needed for this. And this comes back to Space Scotland, and then across these different forums, Scottish Government, Scottish Space Academic Forum, and then funding gets allocated and delivered. So I think that's really important, that we're not just taking something out of fresh air, we're actually targeting different areas that need additional support. So why Scotland? You know, Scotland's really aiming to have an end-to-end capability, which would be kind of the first of its kind in Europe. From our strong academic background, our strong data focus, so we say the data within Edinburgh as kind of the data capital, through to manufacturing. It was mentioned earlier on about Glasgow producing more satellites anywhere in the world apart from the USA. And that comes from our shipbuilding background, but there's a real strong hub for manufacturing and testing. We've also got our ground stations downlink. We've got our testing facilities, as well as our launch providers, through to the final missing key, as you'd say, the spaceport. So when that all comes together, we see a valuable market for international organisations, international collaborations to use Scotland as the destination where you can do everything in one, which is, as we know, not the case elsewhere in Europe. And there are issues with ride share and security and stuff with the SpaceX launches that are happening in America. So as mentioned, the CubeSat revolution. So this is when we're talking about producing satellites, we're mostly talking about CubeSats and nanosats. And you might have seen some of these companies about, but they are developing applications in Earth observation and manufacturing that are supplying the demand coming from Scotland. The upstream supply chain, so again, you might have heard a few of these companies mentioned before. So looking at stuff from cables for space, looking at microwave connectors. You've got Honeywell that look at microwave components, shortwave, infrared. So there's many companies in Scotland that are space focused, but also cross-sector. Some of our launch vehicle manufacturing, so Skyora, High Impulse, RFA, are all working out of Scotland. And then, as mentioned, the Saxaford spaceport. So hopefully that shows you what the value chain actually looks like. I think my slides have been a little bit jumbled, but what the value chain within Scotland looks like. And yeah, companies like Celestia, Dundee Satellite Station, that are working with our universities and using that network, that strong academic network. And again, these are some of the Earth observation companies, and we spoke about Earth observation earlier on and the opportunities that has. Again, this is some of the application. I won't touch on EO too much because we mentioned it, but yeah, some of the applications that can come from space technology. So that's me. Hopefully that's been quite interesting. I think I've still got a bit of time, so feel free to ask any questions about sustainable space, Scottish space sector, or just any questions. Thank you very much. Fantastic. I don't know. Do we need a mic?
I think you might want to move to the side because you're blocking your.
Am I blocking? Right. I'll come over here, shall I?
No,
And then
I didn't have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Do people see that? Kilt feature a lot, sorry.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks for that. I think I want to move north, but my uncle was from Scotland, so maybe he'll have me back. I don't know. Grandmother from Barnsley. You see, I like to cover all the ground. You see, so I can play for Yorkshire, but I'll come and work in space in Scotland. I mean, it might be my eyesight, but particularly in sustainability. And I'm going to call it a word constellation rather than a word cloud. Seems more appropriate. Is security down there for the skills? Because it's, to me, sustainability and that interaction and that collaboration, I'd see security as quite a key area to make sure that everybody is able to, everybody who should benefits from this, and people who we don't want to benefit kind of can't mess things up. Yeah.
But
a bit small, isn't it? Small, isn't it?
But yeah, definitely, security is a vital part of sustainability. If something's not secure, and we talk about launching stuff into space and having those networks in that space economy, if it's not secure, then it's not going to be sustainable. And in our latest iteration of the roadmap, security was added in. Well, I think it was further elaborated on, because maybe when we did that 5-6 years ago, security wasn't as on topic, wasn't spoken about as much.
I think you mentioned Abertay. Didn't you say Abertay were in that mix of?
Yes.
So
all the Scottish universities, and
because Abertay particularly do cool stuff in
they
that.
do. They're real big on their coding and cyber work. I believe I've only been up there once, but security is very much part of that sustainability aspect, and that's something that we try and talk about. It's not just the environment. There's other aspects of sustainability that we need to consider. Yeah. Fantastic. We'll just pass it back.
Does this work? Right. Is there a way of putting forward a proposal and maybe getting it wrong the first time and somebody give you some feedback and so you can improve it? But putting forward an idea.
Yeah, is that in terms of like sustainability, in terms of the environmental task force?
I was thinking more of the launch system.
Yeah.
The launch vehicle.
Martin launched the space program.
Sorry?
Martin launched the space program.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Just, I've got this idea. I mean, we must have the technology now to sort of throw something in space. But it's, on the UK side I'm talking about. Do we have that?
I think so. I think so, but I don't know all the details.
I mean, the military they got ICBMs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do we not have access to that technology?
Not at the minute, I believe.
Oh.
I'm not.
Are they not going to help us out with that?
I think once hopefully the launch of SAX-4, if that is successful, then after that they should.
Well, my idea was about the reusability, because we used to throw put these balloons in space.
Yeah.
But we have to travel all along the country, all over the country to retrieve them. I used to do paragliding, and basically it's just having a steerable parachute to sort of bring the launch vehicle back to where it was sent originally.
Rocket Lab have been doing this.
Sorry?
In New Zealand, Rocket Lab have been looking at this for a long time.
Have they actually been doing that?
This Skyhook.
Yes. Yeah, that kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the CIA used to do, isn't it? Back in the 50s and 60s. Oh, right. There's no such thing as a new idea.
Where is Saxon-born in terms of launches? It's got something booked for
next 6 months or something? And what does that look like?
Yeah, I think there are a stream of customers there.
Yeah.
I think so. When I mentioned in the conversation when I was at university, I think that we were talking about launching, around in a few years' time. And I think every time you bring it up, it's like, yeah, it's going to be delayed a bit longer. So I think there has been a little bit of disruption with customers, expecting a launch in, 2022, 2023, that have, now gone elsewhere. But I still think there is a stream of a pipeline there of companies that are looking to launch. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that first launch works and see if it is successful. Because I think if it is successful, there is a market there. The one thing I would say about the site is it is hard to get to. I did a spaceport sustainability, and an aspect of that was the accessibility to the site. It's not just on Shetland, which is how many miles away over sea. It's on. Oh.
It's 2 o'clock on a Friday. It's probably a test.
Maybe they were listening and wanted me to shut up. Maybe that's what it was. But it's not just the fact that it's on the Shetland Islands. It's not on the main island itself. It's 2 islands away, and how are you going to get a constant kind of stream of it's a logistical nightmare, really. But I think they'll work it out, and I think.
I was going to say, have you got anything kind of in place in terms of that supply chain to get stuff? Because it's not just getting a rocket, as you say, it's payloads.
And with the extreme weather that you can have up in Shetland and the tight launch windows, if they're saying you've got a 24-hour notice, how can you get something that's potentially in Europe or the UK up there? And that's what a lot of my research was on, not just the environmental side, but the societal side. And there was a lot of backlash actually from the people in Shetland and the youngest island of a spaceport, because it was new, and I think that's why it was delayed for so long. It's because people weren't educated in actually what is a spaceport and what are the emissions from a spaceport and what effect is it going to have. Because you've got to think about the infrastructure that's built on these islands, what the roads like, what are the and those kind of effects.
You're absolutely right, just in terms of weather to get anything that's bigger than will fit on a microlight plane.
Yeah.
To the island, which is going to be massively impacted by the sea.
Yeah, I mean, there's not an airport next to it. It's you see,
some of those microgravity research labs, for example, they're going to struggle.
So yeah, so I think that hopefully it goes well, the first launch, but I think it'll be interesting from a logistical side how that's going to work out. Window is August, September. So it could happen in a few weeks. One of my good mates I went to uni with actually works there, so I said to him, I was like, give us a bit of a notice, and I can get up there. But yeah. So the spaceport itself is Saxford, which is a private company, and then it's RFA. RFA, is that right? Yeah, I think our German company. Yeah.
All right. I think we can take one last question.
I was just wondering, is there a geographical advantage to being so far up above the equator for maybe polar
Yes,
orbits?
Without having all the data, I believe so. Yes, but it's also that the area that surrounds the Shetland Islands. If something does go wrong, or there's it's just water. There's obviously Orkney, but there is from the kind of safety standpoint, and also shutting off aerospace and shutting off shipping lanes, it's got its advantages for that. Whereas elsewhere, such as Esrange, which is in Sweden, I think they've got a few more logistical issues with it actually being kind of on land, and the communities that surround the spaceport. Fantastic.
I was just going to say, with the amount of money involved with space, you have a lot of pressure to reduce the standards just to get things done quicker, or not much pushback?
There is pressure, but not bowing to that pressure. I mean, all the standards are still very much followed, and I think the process of getting a spaceport license is very strenuous, as we kind of saw from the stuff down in Cornwall. But there is a lot of consultation, and safety is very much paramount. So yeah, no cutting corners. Perfect. Thank you very much. Cheers. No worries. Cheers.
Hope you're enjoying the Open Space Conference 2026 so far, hosted at hosted at Colony Fabrica. Is that right, Adam? Yes. Very nice venue. Thank you very much. Okay, so our next speaker is Tony Fall from the Manchester Space Programme. Woo! And his talk is actually about the space programme. And so, for 1 million astronaut points, which can be redeemed later, how high do you have to be before you get into space? I think they all got one then. I think, I said it was too easy.
You said it was too easy.
There we go. So, big Open Space Conference round of applause for Tony Fall. Yay! Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm going to give just a very brief talk about the Manchester Space Programme. It's basically when we started, what our objectives were, what we achieved, how we did it, how much fun we had doing it. There'll be a little video showing the stuff that we did, and then open for questions at the end there. Okay, so the Manchester Space Programme, what was it? We wanted to encourage access to space for members of the general public. It was primarily aimed at anybody who had this question in purple, which is members of the large government organisations or corporate and academic institutions seem to be the only people with access to space and near space research and expertise. I want to explore space and be part of something that my family and friends could join in. That was really the essential part of the group. That was what we were set up for. I'm not a space expert, I'm a project manager, and that's why I was the project manager of the programme. It was started off at Manchester Digital Laboratories by some very capable and technical people, but it was really run by members of the general public. So the projects, we had quite a few projects. I'll explain three of the main ones. The first one was the high altitude ballooning. It was told to us that you could, for just a few £100, get stuff up, throw stuff up, as Mark, who's a member of MSP, said you can throw stuff up into space or near space. And we were in disbelief. We thought it was all going to be academic, the group, but it's not. It's very practical. So we set off 5 launches. We got into near space on at least 2 of those. Each mission took about 4 to 5 hours. They were tracked by open source and open resources. And the current altitude record that we got pictures and video of was 37,776 meters, or roughly 124,000 feet. At that level, as you can see the blackness of space in daylight, and it was very exciting. High altitude balloons can be tracked with an open source, an open access website and service called HabHub. You can see in the top here, we launched from Macclesfield. We recovered the payload in, on the Humber estuary, and we were able to track the balloon as it ascended, as the balloon popped, and as it descended, to a point where we were able to drive up and pick it up, which was pretty good because the equipment inside cost, you know, a couple of £100 to do. I mean, we're not awash with money, you know, we're members of the general public, so it was quite difficult. So to be able to do this meant that exploring near space was actually possible. With a group of people and access to a little bit of funding, anybody could do it near enough. The preparations were difficult. We had to do quite a bit of research. For instance, we used a latex balloon here, and you'll notice they're wearing gloves, because even a little bit of oil from your fingers on the balloon, when it got to altitude, would cause it to pop. Let me give you an example. This is approximately 1.5 to 2 meters wide, but by the time the balloon got to its apex, the highest point, it's 8.5 meters wide, as the size of a small house. And because, of course, there's so much air pressure on the balloon at the moment that as it goes up where there's less air pressure, the pressure inside forces the balloon to go much wider, to a point where it pops. We've got a picture of that. It looks amazing. You know, bits of latex flying around space. It was terrific. The balloon pops and then it starts its descent back. I think this is the best picture we got of all of them. This was on the Doge 1 flight. And this is just a very brief video. There's no sound, I'm afraid, of, I've cut down the 2-hour thing into like 2 minutes, so it's not. You can see we've got, these are members of the MSP. We're filling it up with helium at this point, and there are people holding it to keep it steady. We had a couple of unsuccessful launches where the wind was so bad that it just blew into telegraph wires. It took us a week to get the payload back, you know. So there were some failures as well. Damon, this guy, nearly got his head knocked off. You'll see why in a second. This is the launch. The payload just missed his head. It was good. In fairness, it was designed so that if somebody got hit on the head by it, it wouldn't kill them. So it was polystyrene around it. You have to be considerate of these things. I'll explain why in a moment, but you see it's going up very, very fast. We reached the cloud layer really in a few minutes. The biggest problem that we'd got was, as you can see, the camera, the rotation of the payload. And then we're above the cloud line, and then we start to see some of the really what were amazing pictures. To see the blackness of space during daylight was a major achievement for us. And you've got to remember, we are not space people. We're just people who are really interested in it. We're prepared to learn what it took to be able to do this, and found that actually it was a lot of fun and quite easy. It's not that hard to do this. If I can do it, seriously, really anybody can. Yeah, so the unfortunately we're using a cheap GoPro knockoff from China, so the curvature goes a bit odd at the edges of the screen. But yeah, it was marvelous. At this point, just a bit higher than this, the balloon popped. We don't have a picture of that, unfortunately. I was looking through the collectors of the pictures to find it, and I couldn't find it in time. And then the descent from the apex down to the ground was fairly uninteresting. The landing was interesting, but yeah, just maybe spending too much time on this because I was just so proud of it. So yeah, at this point we're descending. It's spinning around quite a bit, so you can see.
Does it have a parachute?
Yes, you may remember seeing at the start. There's the payload where the camera was. There was this orange and green little very small parachute, but engineers in the group actually calculated the size of the parachute that was needed to bring the payload down safely. You can see it's very dodgy, and then bash, that's it, landing. And that was the parachute just at the end, you know, just seeing it. So yeah, it was great fun. We had 5 of those. 2 of them were unsuccessful. We got some with tardigrades in, you know, those little tiny, and that we'd launched in high altitude wind. It was only a breeze on the ground, but it got trapped in the telegraph wires. We had to contact all sorts of people to try and get it down. And so the tardigrades only got 50 feet up instead of 50,000 feet. So, and there was another one where we landed in a top secret military installation. You can imagine going down. We were very frightened of going to receive. They were very good about it, but
with the Chinese branded camera.
Basically, yeah. And another one, a very frightened old lady. Where was it, Mark? I can't remember. We went down and she was petrified. She'd seen this thing. She was in a back garden gardening, and she'd seen this thing come down. She thought she was going to blow up or something. So, you know, it can be exciting, silly, and a bit scary. So, but we managed those. Other projects, that's the recovery. We were very pleased to get it. You can see this is a bit of the latex balloon that was pulled down. That's the parachute. This is the payload, which had the transmitter in it and the camera.
Is that Harvey?
Pardon?
Is that Harvinder?
That's Harvey, yes. Harvey, yes, he's a member of the group. This is Pete, who went on to, I think he works for the UK Space Agency now.
But that was the Project 4 university student, wasn't it?
That was?
The Project 4 university student.
This was for Manchester Space Programme, which was part at the time and based at Manchester Digital Laboratory. Yeah, we used to meet every Thursday and talk stuff like this, and then we actually managed to work out how to do it, and we did a few, like I said, and that was the project for high altitude ballooning. The other one, we thought, well, if we can do something like this, what about making it accessible to children, for instance? So we dreamed up the idea of Piconauts, which is a microscopic, tiny little 13-gram integrated circuit, tiny little solar panels, and very small wire aerial. And this would have its main objective of having a foil party balloon, a third filled with helium. The little payload will be captured, and you could set it off yourself, and it would get up to about 20,000 feet. But at that level, at that altitude, we knew that it would just blow around the globe. Because it's an aluminium balloon, it's very strong. There's no rain or wind or anything there which is going to destroy it. And it would stay up there for a long time. And I think the record at the time was about 6 circumnavigations of the globe. Now, we worked out a way of being able to make these for about £100, between 50 and £100. So we thought it'd be great to be able to fabricate these and give them to schools. And my wife wrote a computer program so that you could track this via HabHub. It would tell you the coordinates. You could even press a button and it would show you the Google satellite view. So children would be able to get, maybe not into space or near space, but pretty high up and at least understand the technology and so on available to it. We loved this. So unfortunately, it meant that we had to design one of these ourselves. And that's where we started to come against resource problems and technical expertise. But we still have the idea, we're still keen to do something like this, even if it's just for ourselves. I think lots of schools, and we did have school teachers involved in the group, would be interested in it. Also rocketry. We did have one of these, which we did speak at, or we had a stand at the UK Space Conference a few years ago. And we had this, and people were very excited by it. We weren't, frankly, because the amount of explosive that you've got to have in one of these just to be able to get it even a quarter of the way up into space is very scary indeed. So it was pretty much decided on the offset that we wouldn't be utilising this, which was donated to us at the time. A guy came back and took it away because he was appalled that we wouldn't use it. So we went for much more modest, smaller rockets, just really to get kids interested, see what it's like, and ourselves. We like the idea of putting a little explosive in the bottom of a re-engineered toilet roll. So it was quite good, and that was, you know, we put little electronics in to track them and things. That's quite good fun. We also spoke at various events, particularly astronomical societies. They're very keen on this, and we went on various excursions to things like the Manchester Observatory. We spoke at the UK Space Conference. That's Mark, who's here, and Harvey, of course, who some of you recognise. So very, very briefly, just to end, I want to talk about membership and composition. Anybody can set up their own space program and at least do what we did. You remember, most of this stuff that we did was 10 years ago. It's not that difficult. There is funding available for it. We got funding from the UK Space Agency, but also my company at the time, TalkTalk, they gave us a couple of £1,000 to develop the Piconaut project. There are various other organisations, Manchester organisations, which have funding available for people who are interested in doing community projects. Community projects are a big thing. You know, it's a good thing for people to be members of community projects, and people are willing to fund that. So things like the balloon, the helium, the electronics are purchasable, and you can get funding to do that, provided you could put together a group. Look for funding, it's out there, even in these times. Membership. Grockles like me aren't necessarily the sorts of people you're looking for. I am a project manager, so I could do admin and things like that. But you also need people with expertise. And I found it difficult. I'm speaking to a couple of guys in the audience here who are putting me right, giving me some pointers. But I found it difficult to find young, bright minds with a keen thirst for doing this stuff. I could find a lot of old fogies like me, but not that many of the younger people with the skills. University students are a good example, the skills to be able to do that. So that's one of the risks that your group will have. You do need technical expertise. And the biggest risk of all is making sure that the jobs that you've got for your community project, which is involved in space, are diversified so that not all the pressure is just on one or two people. Which it's very easy to do. Harvey, for instance, as you saw him, an awful lot of pressure was put on him because he had a lot of diverse expertise, and it was very unfair. He's still part of the group, fortunately, but it was very difficult. But then you've got pictures like this, which is pretty good. And most importantly, of course, have fun. And that's basically it. Any questions? Yes. Oh, you've got to wait for the microphone. Caught you unaware there, didn't I? Quick, run.
Got her, she's on.
Yeah, so one of my sons, who's at Lancaster University at the minute studying mechatronics, he's interested in doing something like this. I think he wants to 3D print a drone that we can send up in space. Do you need any particular permit, or can you literally just release these devices?
No, you can't. You have to have a permit. But the British Aviation Authority will give you a permit. They will. You fill out a form and you tell them what you're going to do. You explain to them how, using HabHub, you can calculate where you expect it to land, the part of it, and they'll say, yes, but not in this area or this area, because there's planes flying over, or this area or this area. But you're fine in Macclesfield, and you're fine over there, and you're fine in Blackpool or whatever, but not this point, this. And they're very, very good and very approachable about it. So it is possible, yes. But you do need permission, definitely.
Because your flight path went right across the Manchester Airport
You'd
approach, didn't
think
it?
so, wouldn't you? Yeah. But I think it was that at that altitude,
okay.
it didn't make any difference. Nothing travels more than 35, 40,000 feet anyway. So we were, I think we'd cleared it, and they knew that.
And what about landing as well? When you mentioned the interesting incident with the top secret facility, and indeed the poor old lady that saw the thing.
Yeah, well,
going down on the roof. But it could land anywhere.
it could land
It could be in the
anywhere.
centre of Hull.
It could have been in the centre of Hull. It could have, we expected, it could have been in the Humber Estuary. It could have been in the North Sea. The thing about Hauppauge, as I mentioned a little earlier, you can predict to quite a degree of certainty, not exactly, but to a certain degree of certainty, whether you're going to land on land, for instance, or in the sea. And if you were going to land in the sea, you'd just postpone it for a couple of days so the wind changed. So you can calculate these
But I
things.
think from your perspective, landing the sea is a good thing. Sorry, a bad thing, sorry. But from my public safety perspective, that's probably the best way.
Yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, so if it lands in the
We somebody, I can't remember, it wasn't me, somebody mathematically calculated the likelihood of somebody getting hit on the head with one thing, and it was millions. It was really millions.
Worth the risk.
It was, and we went to an extra extreme of making sure that it was fully foam covered, that it wasn't too heavy, and all sorts of other things. In fact, that square one, we thought that in the end we were a bit unsure about, so we made a round one. That would be better if it hit somebody. We were thinking things like a car.
It could go fair, like not something.
Yeah, very fast. But like I say, we did test it. We did test it, and it was so light that the force of it hitting somebody was not that bad. It wouldn't cause any injury. But yeah, you're right. We did have to test it. Right, I live on the 5th floor, and the number of times we dropped the thing, and then people were heading it back, and all that sort of thing. Yeah, and higher. Yeah.
So, since I think you mentioned that you can see the darkness of space from more than 35,000 feet. So, are there any commercial aircraft or like airlines that you can fly where you can get the same experience? Maybe.
There are commercial astronaut things which you hear about in the news, but that's about all I know about it. And they're hundreds of thousands of pounds to be part of those. We don't have that budget, unfortunately. Otherwise, Mark would have definitely done it.
And is the Manchester space program still going on? Like, are you still sending balloons up?
Yes, we are, and some of us are still keen to develop these ideas and expand on them. It's all right sending a high altitude balloon, but what interesting experiments would people want to conduct at that height? It's not just a matter of getting good pictures. Do we want to put life and see what effect it have on life, that sort of thing? Do we want to send pictures dynamically to see what it's like as it flies? Those sorts of things. Some people are interested in the electronics behind that, setting up sensors and gluing those, if you like, or soldering those to the boards. So there are lots of things we could do. Personally, I like the Piconaut project.
So how do we get involved?
Just speak to me afterwards, or contact the Manchester Space Programme. We still have a website, manchesterspaceprogramme.org.
Cool. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Do you know if there's a maximum altitude that a helium balloon can actually get to?
There is. Unfortunately, I don't know.
Really? That's fine.
There is, because if you think about it,
You run out of air at some point.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it would. I did know it. I just can't remember.
It's all right, no worries.
It's a lot higher, unfortunately. The 124,000. It's not like we nearly broke the British record. We're a long way off.
Yeah.
And we definitely didn't get anywhere near the 100 kilometres that you mentioned before about getting into space. We were totally in near space, but the air wasn't breathable. And like I say, we could see the blackness of space.
Yeah. For the Nano project, have you heard of a company called PCBWay? If you can design the electronics, they build it for you.
Right.
I don't know if that's useful too. I can have a chat with you about it.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Because we looked at Shenzhen as fabricating our stuff, but
yeah.
we gave up.
And on projects that you're looking for, a number of years ago, Sheffield University built, that one with the CDs on. That's what is the atmosphere like at that altitude? What's floating around up there? So that's another interesting one, especially for universities and what have you.
Absolutely.
But yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to also say that Manchester Space Programme has kindly donated the rest of their budget to run this event today. So if we can please give them a round of
Well, it's very
applause.
worthwhile. Very worthwhile. We're very proud sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're coming to our own conference block now. So if anybody has written
Right, Krempog, do we hold the microphone near your mouth or my mouth? We need to.
Well, if he's speaking, you've got to do that, haven't you?
Yeah. So, hi everybody, bit of fun this afternoon. This is my Martian Krempog. Hello everybody. No, hang on, that's meant to be your voice. Hello everybody. We need to get our double act sorted. But if you'd like any pictures or an autograph of Krempog, come and have a chat with me later. Or if you've got any questions that you'd like to ask a real live Martian. So, Krempog, would you like to do the next introduction? Yeah, because I've been stuck in your bedroom cupboard now for 3 years. I don't get out very much nowadays. So, Krempog. Who've we got on now? We have got Simon Clark. He's had many years in aviation design and his talk is on spacecraft design.
Thank you very
Can
much.
we have a big round of applause?
Thank you much, everyone.
And Simon's got a question for everybody.
Oh, yes.
We're going to up the stakes now. 5 million astronaut points. What is the density of aluminium? I got no idea. Simon's not here to answer his own question because he has answered loads this afternoon. Anybody?
Yeah, 2.83 tons per cubic metre.
Of course.
I've used this all the day, all day, every day.
Thank you, Simon. Take it away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we've covered a lot of topics here today, and it's really good. I only came here to be a participant today, so unfortunately I don't have a laptop and a presentation or slides. But what I really wanted to cover, well, in fact, I'll give you my history first of all. So I spent 12 years in the Air Force, in the Royal Air Force, as an airframe technician, airframe mechanic, airframe technician. When I left the Air Force, I continued in aircraft maintenance for another couple of years. Then I moved into aircraft design. So Eurofighter Typhoon, Airbus A380, Bombardier 7000 business jet are some of the projects I've been on. And I've currently been in the marine industry for the last 14 years. It's all right. But so the last, like I said, sort of 20 years, I've worked as a weights engineer. Now the question is, what does a weights engineer do? Well, when you're designing components for spacecraft, now, whether it's the shuttle or the booster for Falcon 9, any of these, you need to make sure that the weight of the components that you've got equal what the rocket or the spacecraft weighs. Now, normally these days we use CAD, computer-aided design. When they were developing the Saturn V, it was all paper. It wasn't paper, it's like type of plastic, paper and pens, adding machines, log tables, for those of us that are old enough to remember log tables, slide rules. Slide rule is a calculating device that gives you a number within 3 units. So if you're working with thousands of tons, it'll tell you how many thousands of tons it is. It won't tell you exactly how many tons it is, unlike CAD these days. Now, one of the problems with CAD is people can look at it and go, well, it gives me all the answers. It'll tell me the weight of the component, tell me how long it'll take to manufacture, if it's something that's machined. It'll even give me the cost. But for aircraft use and for boat use and for many other things, the answer you get, especially for spacecraft, is not correct. There's a thing in design called tolerance. So let's say we're cutting a piece of sheet aluminium that's a metre long. On the drawing, in the technical spec, it'll have a tolerance of like plus or minus 1 millimetre. Now what manufacturing will do is they will come down to 3/4 millimetre oversize. So you've got a little bit of spare. It's within tolerance, it's less than +1 and it's more than -1. And that's where the manufacturing guys stop. Now, in a single sheet, that's not so bad. You're going to get a little bit of extra weight compared to what your CAD model is showing you. But if you've got something that has to be manufactured on what we call a 5-axis machine, then you've got a tolerance in 3 planes. Now, when I was on the Airbus A400M, which is now in the RAF as the Atlas, we got these, on each engine, you've got these 2 brackets, and there's 2 either side, obviously on all 4 engines. When they started manufacturing them, they were sending me the weights of like the first 10 that they produced. These weights were all over the place. We had some that were actually below the weight we thought they were going to be, and some that were way over the estimate. So what we do as weights engineers for these jobs is we'll add on percentages. So for something like aluminium, you add on 0.4%. It's not a lot, but it'll start to add up. If you're looking at something like a Saturn V, that's a heck of a lot of weight that you want to make sure you've accounted for. Otherwise, if it's a couple of tons heavier than expected when it takes off, you're not getting to the moon and back. In more modern times, as we've started using carbon fibres and carbon fibre composites, this figure can be 3 to 4%. Now, as long as you add it on, you've got your details out of your CAD machine. You can then convert that into the density of the material that you're using. Now, there's about 20 different aluminiums. You know, you could be using aluminium magnesium. There's the more copper ones. Depends what properties you need for that particular part. Does it need to be stiffer? Does it just need, it's just a lightweight bracket holding a cable. It can be a lot lighter material. So you need to add all of these pieces in. But then you've got things like, do you use adhesives? Now, technically, you could actually model these in CAD as long as you remember to, because it can be quite surprising how much weight you can add for adhesives between parts. Now, if it's something the size of the CubeSats out on the table out there, which is fantastic if you haven't had a look at it, you know, you're probably not using a lot of adhesive. But on larger projects, you can do. There was an extra fuel tank that they're building for, I think it was a TriStar, and I think it was something like 200 kilos of adhesives for this tank that was, I don't know, it was about 3 metres across, about 2 metres, about 1.5 tall. It's amazing how it starts to build up. And then you've got paints, protective surfaces. You've got, you know, your primers and your top coats. So all of those, you know, your primer would probably go all over the part. Your top coat only goes on the outside. So you've got to add all of these bits and pieces on. Then it comes to fasteners. Now, I currently work in shipbuilding. So if you're putting a bolt through steel, all you've actually got to add on is what we call the head and tail weight, and then the nut, because you've got steel in steel. But if you're on aluminium and you're putting through steel or titanium bolts or whatever you're using, you've got to calculate out the weight of the whole of the aluminium, because you're then going to fill it up with a bolt of some high density material. And it does make people laugh, and they're like, you calculate out the weight of the whole. But we used to have spreadsheets where you're looking at the drawing or you're looking at the model, and you've literally got to go, well, those are 3 mil, those are 5 mil, those are 4 mil, there's some 8 mil ones. You've got to calculate all that out, add it on to the adhesive. So there's a lot of information to go through there. But really, as an entire project, you need to start from the beginning. What's the projected weight of this particular thing that you're making? Let's say it's a satellite, cubic meter satellite. You need to have an idea of what your launch weight is going to be. Then you've got to start looking at all the components you're going to use. What supports have you got to go for those components? Do you need any bonding between those components? Bonding is normally used to reduce electrostatics, so it's all equaled out throughout the entire module. On carbon fibre winged aircraft, underneath the very final piece of, it's actually built the other way, so you put a sheet of adhesive down, then you put a copper mesh down, so if it gets hit by lightning, it spreads out throughout the aircraft. But everything has to be bonded to everything else, so it'll hit the aircraft, it'll go through the aircraft, and it'll go away from it, so that you don't actually get any explosive situations. A Swedish C-130 Hercules had a lightning hit on a radar dome on the sort of the bulbous nose. This was quite an old aircraft, and fiberglass tends to absorb moisture. This thing just exploded because it just turned the water into steam, and steam's 1,000 times the volume of water. So it just exploded out the front. Getting slightly off track there. So at the start of the program, you need to know, or you need to set your weights for all your different components and the brackets that are going to go with it, and set targets so that each part of your design team has got a weight target so that they know what they're working to. You keep a little bit of weight in reserve so that as you're going through the project, you know, somebody's going over and they've tried everything to get as much weight off as possible. We've looked at it, we can't get any more weight off, we can give you a little bit of this. You've also got risk and opportunities. Now, you'd think, oh, well, if all the risks are applied and all the opportunities are applied, we can get down to where we are. Well, the usual rule of thumb is 3/4 of your risks will actually appear, but only 25% of your opportunities. So if you do that at the start of the program, you know what your weight is at the moment because you've got some components designed and you've got your budget weights. You've got your 3/4 risk and your 25% of opportunities. And that gives you a point in time of a weight. Are you over, are you under? What do we need to do? And some of the opportunities might be, well, it's got to have a service life of 5 years. It'd be nice to have 10 years. So they have these what's called nice to haves. So as you go along through the project, you can go, well, actually, look, you know, we have got a bit of weight spare. We could increase the tank and put that fuel in, and therefore it gives a greater operational life than the original contract. So that's really good. But it's tracking this all the way through, which is the role of the weights engineer. How we're modelling CAD, I can do a talk on at some point if we want to do that, if people would like that. But that's essentially what a weights engineer does, whether it's trains, cars, I've worked for Jaguar Land Rover, aircraft, ships and other things. So any questions?
I'm curious about that lightning strike.
Yeah.
The bodies of the aircraft, those honeycomb to cheat about them in the honeycomb.
No, it's honeycomb, because it's the radome, they're all made out of fiberglass. So you've got a couple of layers of fiberglass honeycomb, and then fiberglass on the outside. And it was within the cells of the honeycomb that the moisture got in. Fiberglass, radars can see through, but if you've got any metal there, it can't see through it.
Yeah. That's a big question.
So,
yeah, you've got this honeycomb section of the
yes.
body, right?
Yeah.
So you get a lightning strike.
Yeah.
You've got.
Now, you've got air in those honeycombs.
Yes.
Does that expand with the lightning strike?
Well, the air would. I don't know how much air expands, you know, if you hit it with that sort of charge. But it's really the water. Because this aircraft was sort of 20 years old, and they probably didn't have, well, I don't know if it will go through the copper mesh, the radar, so they can't put it on that. I don't know.
I wasn't interested in the radar. I was interested in the actual honeycomb thing.
Yeah. Well, it's just honeycomb. So the floorboards in an aircraft are basically the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
So they buy them a sheet and fit them in. I did some of that. I was on a TriStar Conversions down in Cambridge when I first left the Air Force, and the strengthening the floors, putting new floors in.
Oh.
Yeah. The only other thing I have done is when I was down in Cambridge, Orbital Science Corporation had a TriStar aircraft that they dropped the Phoenix missile from underneath. Now they were going to power the X-34, which was basically a modern derivative of the X-15. So the X-15 dropped from a B-52, like the rockets, climbed 250, 300,000 feet, a bit higher than a helium balloon, and that powered it back in. And they wanted to make an automated version of that. So they had to design a new hook for the aircraft, and to test to make sure this hook worked correctly, because the front hook has to release a couple of milliseconds before the back hook, because otherwise, if both release at the same time, the aerodynamics can cause the nose to come up. Not very good if you've got people on board. So you need it to drop away correctly. So the design team had designed this box section steel sled thing with these hooking points. And then we got these big blocks of lead that were like tons and half tons. Well, that's what the lifting people said, but me as a weights engineer, I want to know what it is in kilos or pounds, as it was working for them, down to the sort of quarter of a pound. So we did that. I then had to, in Excel, move these blocks around so I've got the correct weight, the correct CG and the correct inertia, so that when they do the drops on the lead sled, fully fueled and without the fuel, it would ideally represent what they're actually going to be launching. And then they did the drop tests. I originally thought it would be a drop test in the desert or something, but no, they drop it about 2 inches. But they can time how these hatches come off. So that was interesting. That's the only sort of space stuff I've done. Would love to get more involved in it. But there we go. Yes, sorry.
The CAD systems that you were using, what were they? Were they CATIA?
Oh, my favourite. Yeah, I've discussed before with this gentleman, so I can't remember your name. Where I currently work, I work on, it's a government contract, so I can't really sort of go into details. But they use NX. Don't like NX. Love CATIA. So Eurofighter was on V4, and then V5 was A380. No, A400M was on V4, and Bombardier at V5, and Bombardier Aerospace was on V5 as well. Very easy CAD system to work, very few controls, but it's a delight to work on. And I, as a weights engineer, I would look at the models that the guys are creating. You can calculate the weight off that, adding all the bits and pieces on. And you can look at it and you go like, Why is that thick? Why is it that thick? Why is it that thick? And you got their details. The stress engineers have done their calculations, and you have a reserve factor. Now, depending on which way your company works, an RF of 1 means it will survive all the fatigue it's designed to. Now, spacecraft, once you're actually up in orbit, won't have a lot of fatigue. There's not going to be any big forces on them, unlike an aircraft which has constantly got fatigue as the wings move and what have you. So if it's got a fatigue of like 1.2, it's 20% overweight. So I'm looking at it, where can I pull weight out of it? I then go to see the designer. Could you design that? Yes. Go and see the manufacturing guy. Have you got any problems making that because that bit thinner? No, that's okay. You go see the stress guy. So I'll do the calcs and come back to you. And that's how we sort of save weight going through the project as well. So there's multi-layered bits and pieces that we do, whether it's an aircraft part or a spacecraft part. But yeah.
It's just, you mentioned on one, a few moments ago about one project, or it seemed like one project could be pound, one could be kilos. Have you ever had problems with people supplying you the measurements of the wrong units? And what do you do to mitigate against that?
Right. When I worked for Hyde Aerospace, the other side of Manchester, I was doing a project for Bombardier through a company in Northern Ireland. So that was in pounds. That was that PC. This PC, I was doing the Airbus stuff in kilos, and downstairs I led the team. There's sort of 4 of us doing Westland helicopter work, or Guster, or whatever the name is these days, and that was in kilos. But yeah, on our systems where I work now, everything's supposed to be in kilos. No matter how many tons it is, it's supposed to be in kilos. And we do get caught out sometimes because we always read them off as kilos, but then you'll have to notice, well, that number looks wrong. And if you look down, it will tell you the units, because somebody's done it in grams or somebody's done it in tons. And so, yeah, it's most of the time you hope to catch it, but it's, part of the evolution, but it's getting people to put the details in correctly. And one of the biggest problems we get sometimes, especially with something like CATIA, the designer doesn't know exactly what material is going to be using. It's going to be aluminium, but the first thing on the list is ABS plastic. So he clicks on that, finishes the model, signs it off, and it goes. You know the thing. So you can then go back to him and go, what's it actually using? Or on your drawing it says this, but you got it on as ABS, which is why I always go from the volume. I'll calculate my own weights. You know, it's a spreadsheet, it's easy. Put the volume in, away it goes. You can put the surface area in. For your wetted area, you can put your paints and what have you, and your adhesives. But yeah, I have had some, but not fortunately caused me any problems. But yeah, thank you. Any more? Any more questions?
So this is coming at quite a good time for me, because I mean, you'll see this drone up here. It's quite overweight. Because it's supposed to be designed with a single wall thickness print, but I went with 2 for extra rigidity. But then as the components kept adding up, it's like I just didn't appreciate how much weight could be added into it. So you can see with the 3D printer here, the filament we've got is carbon fiber nylon 12.
Right.
So it should give us some extra rigidity with a single wall thickness.
So you go for single wall thickness. Yeah, it is amazing. People will add on little bits all over the place. And I remember somebody said to me once, "Oh, it's gone up by a bag of toffees," he said. I said, "Well, yeah, but you think how much a wall at a sweet shop weighs with all the jars of sweets? That's what we're looking at. You've only given me that little bit. But the 100 other people that report into us have done a little bit as well." Exactly as you say, it builds up, and that's where we as weight engineers constantly have to slap people. I did get a real good compliment once. I'm working away and I heard this guy talking to somebody else. He's finished his drawing and he's going to put it through the sign-off process that's come through me. And I heard this voice say, "No, you'll never get that past arm, you have to get a load more weight off." It's like, yes, I've done my job. But there you go. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.